Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The skies above Whitecrest Mountain fractured like shattered glass, violet fissures tearing through the firmament as the first of the pillars of Twilight crumbled into dust. Ancient runes, once pulsing with ethereal light, flickered and died as the monument, which had stood sentinel since the Elder Days, collapsed upon itself. The very fabric of reality groaned, and through the widening cracks between worlds, shadows with too many limbs and too few faces began to pour into the lands of mortals. In the far western isles, beyond the reach of mortal kingdoms, Gandalf the White stood at the edge of a silver shore, his weathered face illuminated by moonlight. The aged wizard had been observing the stars, not as they were, but as they had been centuries ago, their light only now reaching this forgotten corner of the world. A sudden tremor passed through his body, and his gnarled fingers tightened around his staff, its crystal head flaring with sudden light. "So it begins," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of millennia. The pillars fall. For 3 centuries, Gandalf had dwelled in self-imposed exile on the Isles of the West, tending to wounds both visible and hidden, earned in battles whose names had faded from the songs of men. Now, the time for solitude had passed. The ancient pact was breaking, the 5 pillars of Twilight, created at the dawn of time to seal away the void and maintain the boundaries between realms, were failing one by one. By morning, Gandalf's small vessel cut through the mist-shrouded waters, his white robes billowing in the salt-laden breeze. His eyes, blue as the deepest ocean and just as full of secrets, gazed eastward toward the troubled lands he had once sworn to protect. "Old friend, your timing is impeccable as always," a melodious voice called from the docks as Gandalf's boat reached the harbor of Havenwood. Elindra, last princess of the Twilight Elves, stood tall and regal, her silver hair cascading down her back like a waterfall of starlight. "Though I wish it were under better circumstances." "As do I, Lady Elindra," Gandalf replied, stepping onto the weather-worn planks. "But circumstances rarely consider our wishes. The first pillar has fallen." Elindra's ageless face grew somber. "Then the prophecies speak true. The convergence approaches. Within the ancient boughs of Havenwood's council chamber, a living cathedral formed from intertwining trees whose roots stretched back to the world's first dawn. Representatives of 4 kingdoms had already gathered at Elindra's summons. They sat around a table, hewn from a single piece of heartwood, their faces illuminated by dancing lights that floated like fireflies through the chamber. "And the wizard returns to us at the end of days," rumbled Thorin Stoneheart, his beard braided with runes of protection, his axe leaning against his chair. The Dwarf King's eyes glittered like precious gems beneath heavy brows. "And some might call that convenient, and some might remember that without Gandalf there would be no days left to end," replied Argus, champion of the western realms of men, his weathered face bearing the scars of 100 battles. Beside him sat Mirabelle Lightfoot, barely reaching the height of the table, yet carrying herself with quiet dignity. The halfling keeper of records adjusted her spectacles and spoke with unexpected authority. "The histories are clear. When the 5 pillars were raised, 5 guardians were appointed, one from each of the elder races, and one race is missing. whispered a voice from the shadows. All eyes turned to the hooded figure who had remained silent until now. Slender fingers drew back the cowl to reveal features both beautiful and terrible, skin like twilight, eyes like twin eclipses. The Voidborn were not invited to this council. Lyra comes at my request, Gandalf said firmly, resting a hand on the woman's shoulder. The blood of the Voidborn flows in her veins, yet her heart belongs to this world. Thorin's hand moved instinctively toward his axe. The Voidborn serve the enemy, always have. I serve no one, Lyra replied, shadows dancing at her fingertips. Least of all the one you fear to name. Gandalf struck his staff against the floor, silencing further argument. Listen well, all of you. The pillars of Twilight, Whitecrest, Stormhaven, Ember Gorge, Mistral Spire, and Evenfall were created to seal away Morgoth, the first shadow after the War of Wrath. 5 keystones, 5 races, 5 guardians to maintain the balance. The wizard's eyes grew distant. I was there 3,000 years ago when the Astari Council wove the enchantments that bound the void. But something has changed. Something has weakened the seals. The pillars have stood unblemished for millennia, Argus said. What force could possibly... Betrayal, Elindra interrupted, her melodious voice hardened to steel. The ancient texts speak of it. And from within the circle shall come the hand that breaks the seal. Gandalf's weathered face grew grim. Saruman the White, once my brother in purpose, has turned from the light. The Astari Council follows his lead now, believing they can harness the power of the collapsing pillars to transcend their mortal limitations. They're fools, Lyra said softly, shadows swirling around her like restless spirits. They know not what sleeps beyond the void. Then we must restore the pillars, Mirabelle stated, practical as ever, before more fall. It is not so simple, Gandalf replied. Each pillar was sealed with an essence stone, artifacts of pure creation. The stones were scattered across the world ages ago, hidden even from the knowledge of the wise. Thorin stroked his beard thoughtfully. Yet you know where they are, wizard. I see it in your eyes. A half smile cracked Gandalf's weathered face. I have suspicions, but recovering them will require a fellowship, one representative from each race. The magic demands it, and so it was decided. Gandalf would lead the fellowship of 5, Elindra of the elves, Thorin of the dwarves, Argus of men, Mirabelle of the halflings, and Lyra of the Voidborn, on a desperate quest to recover the essence stones and restore the pillars before reality itself unraveled. Their journey took them through lands transformed by the cracks in reality, forests where trees whispered secrets that drove men mad, mountains where gravity shifted with the passing hours, rivers that flowed with memories instead of water. At the ruins of Whitecrest, they found the first horror, creatures from beyond the void, formless things of hunger and malice that could only exist in the spaces between worlds. The Fellowship fought with steel and spell, with courage and cunning, but it was Lyra's shadow magic, the very power they had feared, that eventually turned the tide. "And the creatures fear you," Gandalf observed, as they made camp among the ruins, the shattered pillar looming above them like an accusation. "They should," Lyra replied, her eyes reflecting starlight that seemed somehow wrong. "I am what they could become, given form and purpose and a soul." As they recovered the first essence stone from its hiding place beneath the ruined pillar, Argus voiced the question that had haunted them all. "And if Saruman has betrayed the light, can any of the Astari be trusted? Even you, Gandalf?" The wizard stared into the dancing flames of their campfire. "I abandoned the Astari Council centuries ago, when I first suspected Saruman's true intentions. That is why I secluded myself on the Western Isles, not for healing, but for watching, waiting." "For what?" Mirabelle asked, her small face serious in the firelight. "Yeah, for the sign that would confirm my fears," Gandalf replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. "The falling of the first pillar." Their quest led them across shattered landscapes to Stormhaven, where lightning struck upward from the ground to a churning sky, to Ember Gorge, where rivers of molten gold flowed between banks of obsidian, to Mistral Spire, where the air itself had turned solid in places, forming crystalline sculptures that sang mournful melodies when the wind blew through them. At each pillar, they faced greater challenges and recovered another essence stone. And at each pillar, they found evidence of Saruman's machinations, runes of power siphoning the pillars' energy, slowly weakening them from within. It was at the foot of Evenfall, the last and greatest of the pillars, that they finally confronted Saruman himself. The once noble wizard stood atop a dais of black stone, surrounded by the remaining members of the Astari Council, their robes no longer white, but stained with the colors of twilight. "You are too late, old friend," Saruman called, his voice carrying unnatural power. "The final pillar weakens. Soon the power that has been locked away will be ours to command." "You know not what you do," Gandalf replied, raising his staff. "Morgoth cannot be commanded. He is not a force to be harnessed, but an abyss that consumes all light." "Such limited vision," Saruman sneered. "This is why you were always second among the Astari. You lack the courage to grasp true power." As the two ancient wizards clashed in a battle of wills and magic, the Fellowship fought their way through Saruman's followers, each using their unique gifts. Thorin's axe gleamed with dwarven runes of unbinding. Elindra's arrows flew with unerring accuracy, trailing silver light. Argus fought with the desperate courage of mortal men. Mirabelle's small hands worked complex patterns of counter-magic. And Lyra, once feared for her connection to the void, now turned that very power against those who would unleash it. In the final moment, as Saruman prepared to strike Gandalf down, it was Lyra who stepped between them, absorbing the dark magic into herself. The power coursed through her, threatening to consume her very being, but instead of succumbing, she channeled it into the final essence stone, completing the set needed to restore the pillars. "Go now, Gandalf," she cried, her form wavering between solid and shadow. "The stones!" With a word of power that shook the foundations of the world, Gandalf united the 5 essence stones. Light erupted from the artifacts, flowing outward to each of the pillars, restoring, rebuilding, reinforcing the ancient wards. Saruman screamed in rage as his plans crumbled with the backlash of power. But even as the boundaries between worlds were restored, Lyra began to fade, the magic of the void reclaiming its own. "You knew," she whispered to Gandalf as the shadows began to consume her. "You knew what the price would be." The old wizard's eyes filled with tears. "I suspected. But it was always your choice to make." As the last of the Voidborn faded from the world, the remaining members of the Fellowship stood in solemn silence before the restored Pillar of Evenfall, its runes once again pulsing with ethereal light. "What becomes of Saruman?" Thorin asked, watching as the defeated wizard was led away by those Istari who had remained faithful to their purpose. "He will be bound, as he sought to bind others," Gandalf replied heavily, his power stripped, his voice, once his greatest weapon, silenced. Elindra gazed up at the mended sky, where the fractures had sealed themselves, leaving only the faintest of scars. "And what of you, Mithrandir? Will you return to your exile?" Gandalf shook his head, his eyes reflecting the renewed light of the stars above. "No, the world is changing once more. Men rise as the elder races fade. A new age approaches, perhaps the final age of magic in these lands. Then we shall be its stewards," Argus declared, for however long it lasts. As dawn broke over Evenfall, the Fellowship began their journey homeward, carrying with them the memory of shadows and the promise of light. And Gandalf the White, last of the true Istari, walked among them not as a distant guardian, but as a companion in the greatest of quests, the preservation of all that was good in a world ever threatened by darkness. In the centuries that followed, the tale of the Pillars of Twilight would be told in the great halls of men, in the deep caverns of dwarves, in the fading forests of elves, and in the comfortable hearths of halflings. But only Gandalf would remember the whole truth, and the sacrifice that had saved them all from the void that waits beyond the stars. Story 2. The black star hung like a malevolent eye in the night sky above Eldoria, its baleful glow casting unnatural shadows across the ancient landscape. In the tallest tower of Crystalline Keep, Gandalf the Grey stood at the observatory window, his weathered hands gripping the time-worn sill as he studied the celestial anomaly. Strands of his silver beard caught the starlight as a wind from the east, a wind that carried whispers of forgotten languages, rustled through the chamber. "It has begun, then," he murmured to himself, his voice like autumn leaves crunching underfoot. After 1,000 years, the prophecy unfolds. The door behind him creaked open, admitting Magister Orin, keeper of the Eldorian archives. The elderly scholar's hands trembled as he clutched a crystal orb that pulsed with interior light. "The sentinel stones at the boundary of the Forbidden Mountains have shattered," Orin reported, his voice cracking with fear. "And the eastern villages report shadows that move against the wind, taking form beneath the black star's rays. The Council of Mages summons you with utmost urgency." Gandalf nodded gravely, his eyes never leaving the sinister star. "Tell them I will attend when the moon reaches its zenith. First, I must consult older wisdom than theirs." When the Magister had gone, Gandalf moved to an ancient cabinet carved from a single piece of silverwood. Its surface rippled like liquid metal as his fingertips traced intricate patterns across the wood. The cabinet doors swung open silently, revealing not storage space, but a portal into swirling mist. "Ithilwen, Lady of Memory," Gandalf intoned, his voice resonating with power that belied his aged appearance. "Id, I seek your counsel in the hour of the Black Star's return." The mists parted to reveal a chamber that existed in no physical realm, a vast library whose boundaries faded into infinite distance. At its center floated a being of luminescent beauty, her form shifting between that of a young maiden and an ancient crone with each passing moment. "Mithrandir," she acknowledged, using the name by which he had been known in ages past. "Do you come at the turning of fate's wheel? The darkness stirs from its long slumber." "The curse of shadows returns," Gandalf confirmed. "But the old tales speak of a weapon, the Blade of Dawn, forged to repel this very darkness. Where might such a relic be found in these diminished days?" Ithilwen's ageless eyes regarded him with a mixture of compassion and ancient wisdom. The blade was broken, Mithrandir. Its fragments scattered to prevent its power from being misused. But more troubling still is the identity of the one who now commands the Shadow Legions. A pool of silver liquid materialized between them, its surface rippling before resolving into an image. A tall figure shrouded in darkness, whose face remained hidden beneath a hood of midnight fabric. Yet something in the figure's bearing struck Gandalf with terrible familiarity. "It cannot be," he whispered, leaning closer. "Malakar, your pupil," Ithilwen confirmed sadly. "Your friend, consumed by the very darkness he sought to understand." Gandalf's shoulders sagged beneath an invisible weight. "I believed him dead these 50 years, lost in the cataclysm that claimed the island of Nith Torwin. Not lost, Ithilwyn corrected. Transformed. The darkness you now face wears the flesh of one you loved as a son, Mithrandir. Remember this when the final confrontation comes. How do I save him? Gandalf demanded, his voice rough with emotion rarely displayed. How do I save Eldoria? The two tasks may be one and the same, the Lady of Memory replied enigmatically. Seek the Dawn Blade's fragments. The first lies in the eternal forest, guarded by those who have not forgotten the ancient enmity between their kind and yours. The second waits in the crystal caverns beneath the Whispering Mountains. The third, her form shimmered, features momentarily obscured by mist. The third is already closer than you realize. With those words, the vision faded, leaving Gandalf once more in his tower chamber, the cabinet doors slowly swinging closed on emptiness. Outside, the black star pulsed with increased malevolence, and on the far horizon, darkness boiled over the peaks of the Forbidden Mountains like a rising tide. The eternal forest loomed before Gandalf, a sea of ancient trees whose uppermost branches intertwined so completely that perpetual twilight reigned on the forest floor. Legends claimed the eldest of these trees had witnessed the shaping of the world and whispered secrets to those patient enough to listen. Now their whispers carried warning, rustling through the canopy as the wizard approached the woodland boundary. "You are not welcome here, Grey Wanderer," came a voice like wind through leaves. From the shadows between trees emerged a slender figure, bow drawn, arrow pointed unerringly at Gandalf's heart. The elf's silver hair cascaded over shoulders, protected by armor crafted from materials no human smith could work. Her eyes, the color of spring leaves touched by frost, held no warmth. "Lyra Star Whisper," Gandalf greeted her, making no move toward his staff. "It has been a generation since we last met. A mere heartbeat in the memory of my people," she replied coldly. "We have not forgotten your role in the Sundering, wizard. Why do you trespass in our realm now?" "I seek a fragment of the Dawn Blade," Gandalf answered honestly, "and I come in the name of all who wish to see morning light again over Eldoria." Lyra's aim did not waver, but a flicker of recognition passed across her features. The black star rises," she acknowledged. "We have felt its malice even here, where ancient wards should shield us. Our seers dream of shadow and flame, consuming the world of men." "Not only men," Gandalf corrected gently. "The darkness Malakar unleashes will consume all, elf, dwarf, and human alike. Ancient enmities must be set aside if any are to survive." At the mention of Malakar's name, Lyra's composure fractured. The bow lowered a fraction. "In The Lost One Returns, the human child you brought to our glades to learn our ways. He returns, but changed," Gandalf confirmed. "And only the Dawn Blade offers hope of his redemption and our survival." Lyra studied him for a long moment, conflict evident in her ageless features. Finally, she lowered her bow completely. "The fragment you seek rests within the Heart Grove, upon the altar of seasons. None but the Star Whisper bloodline may approach it." Her lips curled in a smile devoid of humor. "But then, you knew that. You knew you needed me." "I had hoped," Gandalf admitted. "Will you help, daughter of the forest?" Instead of answering directly, Lyra turned on her heel and strode into the deepening shadows beneath the ancient trees. "Coming, wizard!" she called over her shoulder. "Or shall I leave you to explain yourself to the border sentinels who even now surround us?" For the first time since the Black Star's appearance, a genuine smile creased Gandalf's weathered face. He hefted his staff and followed the elf maiden into the verdant depths of her ancestral home. The Heart Grove revealed itself after hours of travel through forest paths that seemed to shift and rearrange themselves with each step. At its center stood a circle of 13 white trees whose trunks glowed with interior light, bathing the clearing in radiance that seemed the very essence of starlight captured in living wood. In the grove's center floated a fragment of metal unlike any naturally occurring substance, neither silver nor gold, but something that seemed to contain the promise of dawn within its crystalline structure. It rotated slowly above a pedestal carved from a single massive root, untouched by the passage of centuries. The first fragment, Gandalf breathed, feeling its resonance with his own magical essence. "It has waited for this moment," Lyra said softly. The hostility in her manner diminished in the presence of such ancient power. "Our oldest songs speak of the day when the blade would be needed again." She stepped forward, extending her hand toward the hovering fragment. As her fingers neared it, the metal emitted a high, pure note like the first birdsong of morning. The fragment drifted from its resting place to settle in her palm, its glow intensifying at her touch. "It recognizes Star Whisper blood," she murmured, surprise evident in her voice. But the tales say it was forged by human hands." "Forged by many hands," Gandalf corrected, moving closer. "Elf, dwarf, and human working in harmony, a collaboration not seen before or since in the long history of Eldoria. The blade belongs to no single race, but to all who stand against the shadow." A violent tremor shook the grove, causing several of the younger elves who had escorted them to cry out in alarm. Above, through gaps in the forest canopy, the black star pulsed with malicious energy, its rays now strong enough to penetrate even the ancient protections of the eternal forest. "The darkness moves faster than we anticipated," Gandalf observed grimly. "We must make haste to the crystal caverns and retrieve the second fragment before Malakar's forces overtake us." Lyra closed her fingers around the fragment, decision crystallizing in her expression. "And I will accompany you, Gandalf, not for the sake of men, but for the memory of the child who once sat at my feet, learning the names of stars." Her voice softened. "Perhaps something of that child remains within the Shadow Lord." Gandalf placed a hand on her shoulder, the gesture bridging centuries of mistrust between their peoples. "Where there is life, there is hope," he said simply. "And Malakar lives, though in shadow." The journey to the crystal caverns beneath the Whispering Mountains was fraught with peril. Shadow creatures haunted their path, twisted beings that had once been forest animals before the Black Star's influence corrupted them. More than once, Gandalf's staff flared with white fire to drive back the encroaching darkness, while Lyra's arrows found their marks with uncanny precision, dispersing the creatures into wisps of fading smoke. As they approached the eastern foothills, the landscape grew increasingly blighted. Once verdant meadows were now expanses of withered grass where nothing stirred. Villages stood abandoned, doors swinging on broken hinges, wells dried to dust. The very air felt thin, as if the darkness consumed the vitality of the world itself. "Is this what lies in store for all of Eldoria?" Lyra asked as they paused atop a ridge overlooking the desolation. "And beyond," Gandalf confirmed solemnly. "Malakar's power grows with each passing hour. The shadows he commands feed on life force itself, returning the strength to their master multiplied. If we cannot stem this tide—" He left the thought unfinished. The entrance to the crystal caverns yawned before them like the maw of some enormous beast. Crystal formations catching what little daylight remained and refracting it in spectacular patterns across the cave walls. In times of peace, these caverns attracted pilgrims from across Eldoria who came to hear the singing crystals, formations that resonated with pure tones when touched by living hands. Now an unnatural silence permeated the space, broken only by the occasional distant drip of water. The crystals, once vibrant with color, had dulled to murky opacity. "The caverns reflect the health of the land," Gandalf explained as they ventured deeper. In happier days, these passages glowed with light drawn from the very heart of Eldoria. Now they dim as the realm's life force wanes. They had journeyed for perhaps an hour into the twisting passages when the attack came, swift and silent. Shadow creatures, more substantial than those they had faced above ground, materialized from darkness between crystal formations. These bore a terrible semblance to men, with elongated limbs and faces frozen in expressions of agony. Shadow wraiths, Gandalf identified them, his staff blazing to life. Those who fell to darkness during the last rising of the Black Star, preserved in shadow for a millennium. To Lyra, he commanded, "Behind me, your arrows cannot harm these spirits of the unquiet dead." The battle that ensued echoed through the crystal chambers, magical energy colliding with ancient darkness in spectacular bursts of light and sound. Gandalf fought with the skill of centuries, his staff a blur of motion as he wove protective spells and launched counterattacks against the writhing shadows. Yet for every wraith he banished, two more emerged from the deepening darkness. Slowly, inevitably, Gandalf and Lyra were driven back toward a narrow passage that offered no escape. "We cannot prevail through force," Gandalf admitted, his breathing labored. "And another approach is needed." Raising his voice to a commanding tone that reverberated through the caverns, he called out, "Malakar, I know you observe through the eyes of your servants. Show yourself, former student. Face your old teacher as befits a mage of your lineage." The wraiths hesitated, their attack faltering as they awaited new instructions from their distant master. In the momentary respite, a new presence filled the chamber, not physically present, but projected through dark magic that caused the very air to shimmer with power. "Teacher," came a voice that was at once familiar and terribly changed, resonating not through ears, but directly into mind. "You should not have come. This confrontation can only end in your destruction. Or your redemption," Gandalf countered, straightening despite his fatigue. "I have not come to destroy you, Malakar, but to save you from what you have become." A cold laugh echoed through the chamber. "Save me! I have transcended the limitations you sought to impose, old man. I have touched powers beyond your comprehension." "Not beyond my comprehension," Gandalf replied sadly. "Beyond my willingness to sacrifice my humanity." "There is a difference, my friend." For a moment, the oppressive darkness wavered, as if the being controlling it experienced a moment of doubt. Then it intensified once more. "You waste time with sentiment. Eldoria falls to shadow, and not even the legendary Gandalf the Grey can prevent what comes." "Perhaps not alone," Gandalf agreed. "But I do not stand alone." He gestured to Lyra, who stepped forward, the first fragment glowing in her open palm. "The Dawn Blade will be reforged. The question that remains is whether you will be saved by its light or banished with the darkness you now command." Another hesitation, longer this time. "You cannot complete the blade," Malakar's voice insisted, though with less conviction. "The third fragment was lost when Ninth Torwin sank beneath the waves." "Was it?" Gandalf questioned, reaching into the folds of his robe. "Or was it entrusted to one who loved you as a son?" He withdrew a small pouch and emptied its contents into his palm, a shard of the same mysterious metal as the first fragment, pulsing with inner light. "You kept it, all this time." The shock in Malakar's projected voice was genuine. "In hope," Gandalf confirmed. "Hope that one day you would return to the path of light." A terrible silence filled the cavern. The shadow wraiths stood frozen, caught between commands. Finally, Malakar's voice returned, softer now, almost human. "And the second fragment, you still require it to complete the blade." "It lies at the heart of these caverns," Gandalf replied. "Will you prevent us from reaching it?" Or will you remember who you were before the darkness claimed you? The answer came not in words but in action. The shadow wraiths dissolved like mist before morning sun, leaving the passage ahead clear. At the far end, a faint glow beckoned, the natural luminescence of the deepest crystal chamber where the second fragment had rested for a millennium. "He lets us pass," Lyra observed, wonder in her voice. "And a part of him remains uncorrupted. A part is all we need," Gandalf replied, hope kindling in his eyes. "Sometimes the smallest light is enough to guide one home from the darkest wilderness." Together they proceeded toward the heart of the caverns, where the second fragment awaited, and beyond that, a confrontation that would determine the fate not only of Eldoria, but of a soul balanced between redemption and eternal darkness. For the first time since the Black Star had appeared in the night sky, Gandalf allowed himself to believe that dawn might come again to Eldoria, and that with it, an old friend might step once more into the light. Story 3. Crimson tongues of flame devoured the ivory towers of Valoran, their reflections dancing in the crystal waters of the river luminous like celebrants at a macabre festival. The legendary silver-armored Knights of the Oath, renowned throughout the 5 realms for their unwavering loyalty and magical prowess, lay scattered across the once pristine marble steps of the royal citadel, their enchanted blades shattered, their sacred vows rendered powerless against treachery from within. Gandalf stood upon the Hill of Whispers, his weathered hands gripping his staff so tightly that his knuckles bleached white. He had been away too long, journeying through the forgotten pathways between realms in search of ancient knowledge. Now he returned to find the kingdom he had helped fortify reduced to cinders and lamentation. 3 days, murmured a voice behind him. 3 days it burned before the rain came. Gandalf turned to find an old woman clutching a bundle of herbs to her chest, her eyes reflecting the distant flames. What happened here, Mother Wren?" he asked, though the evidence of betrayal was written in fire across the landscape. The herb woman's lips trembled. "Seraphus," she spat the name like poison, the king's most trusted advisor. He opened the gates to enemies, while the knights feasted at the spring equinox, but that wasn't the worst of it. She glanced nervously over her shoulder, as if fearing the very air might carry her words to dangerous ears. "And they say he had a power no man should possess, shadows that moved at his command, voices that whispered madness to the guards, and when the king confronted him in the throne room..." Her voice faltered, and Gandalf placed a gentle hand upon her shoulder. "The royal family. Dead, all save one." A spark of hope kindled in the old woman's rheumy eyes. "The young princess, Elysia. She escaped through the ancient passages beneath the castle, carrying something precious. Seraphus sends his hunters in every direction, offering gold beyond measure for her capture." Gandalf's gaze returned to the burning citadel, his expression hardening beneath his grey beard. What did she take that concerns him so? "The crown of the 4 seasons," Mother Wren whispered, "the kingdom's most sacred treasure. They say it holds dominion over the elements themselves and maintains the balance of our lands. Without it, the winters grow too harsh, the summers too cruel. Already the crops wither in fields that have never known drought." The wizard nodded grimly. "Then I must find her before Seraphus does." He reached into his robes and produced a small silver leaf, pressing it into the old woman's palm. "And if others who survived the purge seek sanctuary, show them this. Help will find them." With a swirl of his grey cloak, Gandalf descended the hill, his mind already mapping the secret ways a frightened princess might flee, and the darker paths her pursuers would surely follow. The golden plains stretched before Gandalf like an ocean frozen in midwave, the tall grasses rippling with each passing breeze. Once these plains had teemed with wild horses and the nomadic shepherds who revered them as spirits of freedom. Now an unnatural stillness haunted the land, broken only by the occasional carrion bird circling overhead. Gandalf had traveled for 3 days, following rumors and half-truths gleaned from frightened travelers. The princess, it seemed, had disguised herself as a common minstrel, using songs to pay for lodging and food as she moved eastward toward the Ice Mountains. A clever choice. The mountain tribes owed ancient debts to the royal line of Valoran and might shelter her if she could reach their forbidden valleys. As twilight descended upon the plains, Gandalf spotted a solitary figure seated beside a small campfire. The man's powerful frame was wrapped in a weather-worn cloak, but the easy way he handled the broadsword across his knees spoke of professional training. A mercenary, most likely. Perhaps one of the many now hunting the princess for Seraphus's promised gold. Gandalf approached openly, his staff tapping rhythmically against the hard-packed earth. "A fair evening to share a fire?" he called out. The mercenary looked up, revealing a face scarred by battle and something deeper, a wound of the spirit that no battlefield surgeon could mend. "Not many travelers on this road these days," he observed, his voice raspy from disuse. "Especially not wizards." "The roads grow dangerous in troubled times," Gandalf agreed, settling himself across the fire without waiting for invitation. "All the more reason for company, wouldn't you say?" "Captain Garin," the mercenary's hand tightened on his sword, eyes narrowing. "You know me. I know the insignia you try to hide beneath your cloak." Gandalf replied calmly, gesturing toward a flash of silver at the man's collar. "The Falcon Guard, the usurper's new elite. Yet here you sit, far from your commander, contemplating your blade as if it might offer absolution." Garen's laugh held no mirth. "There's no absolution for what I've witnessed. What I've done." He stared into the flames, shadows playing across the harsh angles of his face. "I served the royal house of Valoran for 15 years before Seraphus came with his promises and whispers. I told myself I was protecting the realm by joining him, that stability under a tyrant was better than chaos under a child queen." His fist clenched. Then I saw what he truly planned, what he summoned from beneath the castle foundations. "No mortal should wield such power." "The princess?" Gandalf pressed. "You know where she fled." Garen's eyes met the wizard's, measuring him. "Why do you seek her?" "To protect her, and the crown she carries. The artifact maintains the balance of the realm. Without it, Valoran will wither and die, regardless of who sits upon its throne." The mercenary was silent for a long moment, then nodded toward the east. "She travels with a caravan of spice merchants bound for the Crystal Pass, disguised as a minstrel named Lily. I was sent to capture her, but—" He shook his head. "I cannot serve that abomination beneath the castle any longer." "Then serve redemption instead," Gandalf suggested. "Help me reach her before Seraphus's other hunters." "You trust me so easily, wizard." A smile creased Gandalf's weathered features. "Trust is earned in action, not promised in words. But I sense a man who seeks to right his path, and such men make the most dedicated allies." By dawn, they rode eastward together, an unlikely partnership born of necessity and the faint hope of atonement. The Crystal Pass cut through the Ice Mountains like a scar inflicted by the gods during some ancient battle. Its walls of translucent blue ice rose hundreds of feet on either side, refracting sunlight into phantasmagorical displays that dazzled the eye and confused the mind. Few travelers dared this treacherous route, but for those fleeing tyranny, its dangers seemed the lesser evil. Gandalf and Garin had caught up to the merchant caravan by midday, finding it halted at the entrance to the pass. The merchants argued amongst themselves, gesturing frantically at the ice walls ahead, where strange shadows moved within the translucent surfaces. "The pass has always been haunted," Garin muttered, but never like this. Seraphus's influence spreads far from the capital. Before Gandalf could respond, a figure detached itself from the gathered merchants, a slight young woman clutching a lute, her features obscured by a deep hood. She approached them without hesitation, her posture revealing a grace that no disguise could entirely conceal. "You're a poor minstrel," Gandalf observed quietly when she drew near. "Your fingers lack the calluses of a true player." The young woman froze, one hand slipping beneath her cloak. "And you're a stranger who notices too much," she replied, her voice soft but edged with steel. "But peace, your highness," Gandalf said, bowing his head slightly. "I am Gandalf the Grey, once advisor to your grandfather. I've come to help you, and to protect the crown of the Four Seasons." Princess Elisia's eyes widened briefly before narrowing with suspicion. "And him?" She nodded toward Garin, whose Falcon Guard insignia was now plainly visible. "One of the traitors who helped murder my family. A man seeking redemption," Gandalf corrected gently, "and one who chose to warn us of your location rather than collect the bounty on your head." The princess studied Garin for a long moment, her gaze unflinching despite her youth. "My father believed that true nobility shows itself in the capacity for change," she said finally. "I will reserve judgment on whether you possess such nobility, Captain Garin." She turned back to Gandalf. "The crown is safe for now, but we cannot linger here. Seraphus's hunters are no more than a day behind us, and the pass—" She glanced at the strange shadows writhing within the ice. "Something corrupts it from within." "Not something," came a new voice, deep and resonant as an ancient bell. "Someone." From the edges of the encampment emerged a figure robed in the living green of forest canopies, staff topped with a gnarled root that pulsed with verdant light. His face was weathered as old bark, eyes the mutable green of dappled forest light. "Nerys," Gandalf greeted the druid with evident relief, "you heard my call." "The trees hear all that passes beneath their branches," Nerys replied cryptically. "And what passes beneath Valorian's castle threatens the balance of nature itself. The crown must be restored to its rightful place, but first we must seek counsel from one older than the kingdom." "The dragons are long gone from these mountains," Garin objected. "Not all," Nerys corrected. "One remains, Krell the Half-Blood, whose mother was human. He guards the innermost valley, and the knowledge of ages rests within his memory." Elisia clutched the hidden bundle beneath her cloak more tightly. "My father spoke of Krell. He said the dragonkin aided in forging the crown generations ago." "Then our path is clear," Gandalf declared, "though far from easy. We must traverse the corrupted pass and seek Krell's wisdom before confronting whatever ancient evil Seraphus has unleashed." The journey through the crystal pass tested them all. Shadows within the ice took form as they passed, wraith-like entities that whispered secrets and shames, seeking to drive them to madness or despair. Garin faced the spectral accusations of those who had fallen to his blade during Seraphus's coup. Elisia endured visions of her slaughtered family. Even Gandalf confronted shadows of ancient failures that had haunted him across the centuries. Only Nerys seemed immune, his druidic connection to living things providing some shield against the unnatural corruption. He guided them with quiet authority, his staff's green light creating pathways of sanity through the mounting horrors. On the third day within the pass, they were ambushed. Not by wraiths or shadows, but by flesh and blood hunters wearing the emblem of the Falcon Guard. The clash of steel echoed off the ice walls as Garin met his former comrades with grim determination, his broadsword a blur of lethal precision. Gandalf raised his staff, and lightning split the confined space of the pass, striking with surgical precision at their attackers. Elysia revealed a slender blade hidden within her minstrel's walking stick, fighting with the formal grace of one trained since childhood by master swordsmen. Nairis stood apart from the melee, communing with the very ice of the mountains. At his command, the passage itself shifted, creating barricades that separated the remaining attackers from their prey. "We cannot linger," the druid warned. "The pass knows we are here now." It hungers. They fled deeper into the labyrinth of ice, the princess clutching her precious burden, Garin bleeding from a dozen minor wounds, Gandalf and Nerys using their combined powers to hold back the encroaching shadows. When they finally emerged into the hidden valley beyond, the sun's warmth felt like a blessing after the unnatural chill of the possessed ice. Before them spread a vista of impossible beauty, a sheltered valley where spring reigned eternal despite the surrounding mountains' perpetual winter. At its center stood a single massive oak tree, its branches spanning half the valley floor, its roots disappearing into a pool of water so clear it seemed like liquid crystal. "The heart of Krell," Nerys breathed. The dragonkin has merged with the land itself. As if in response to his words, the massive oak shimmered, its form blurring and reconstituting into something else entirely, a being half human and half dragon, scales gleaming like burnished copper in the sunlight, eyes ancient and wise as the mountains themselves. "The crown-bearer comes at last," Krell rumbled, his voice like stone grinding against stone. "And show me what you have salvaged from the ruins of your father's house, young Elysia." With trembling hands, the princess unwrapped the bundle she had guarded so zealously. Within lay the crown of the four seasons, a circle of intertwined metals that seemed to shift between gold, silver, bronze, and iron, depending on how the light struck it. 4 gems adorned it, an emerald vibrant as spring leaves, a ruby burning with summer heat, a topaz warm as autumn's sunset, and a diamond cold as winter frost. "The balance keeper," Krell acknowledged. "Forged from the essence of the world itself when the first king of Valoran made his covenant with the land." The dragonkin's ancient eyes shifted to Gandalf. "But you know this is no mere crown, Grey Wanderer. You helped forge the covenant that bound it to the royal line." Gandalf nodded solemnly. "A power to maintain harmony between the seasons, ensuring prosperity for all who dwell within Valorian's borders." His expression darkened. "But Seraphus seeks to corrupt that power, to use it for domination rather than balance." "Seraphus is but a vessel," Krell corrected, a plume of smoke rising from his nostrils. "The entity he serves is far older, an abyssal one, imprisoned beneath Valorian since before humans walked these lands. The disruption of the seasonal balance weakens its chains. Already it reaches beyond its prison, influencing the weak-minded, corrupting natural magic. Then we must restore the crown to its rightful place," Elysia declared, her young voice steady with newfound determination. "Not as it was," Krell cautioned. "When the old covenant is broken with the death of your father, a new binding must be forged, one stronger than before." His ancient gaze swept over each of them. 4 guardians, 4 seasons. Each must contribute their essence to reinforce the crown's power. Understanding dawned in Gandalf's eyes. The wizard's wisdom, the warrior's courage, the druid's connection to nature, and the royal blood. Elysia finished quietly. "May my birthright. There is risk," Krell warned. "Such magic demands sacrifice. You may succeed in restoring balance, but the cost could be higher than you imagine." A heavy silence fell over the valley as each contemplated what they might lose, and what all would lose if they failed. "Dawn comes," Nerys observed finally, gazing eastward where the first hints of light crested the mountain peaks. "We should perform the ritual with the rising sun, when the boundary between worlds is thinnest." As the others prepared, Gandalf stood apart, gazing down at the valley that had remained untouched by the corruption spreading through the realm. He felt the weight of centuries upon his shoulders, all the kingdoms he had watched rise and fall, all the brave souls he had guided toward their destinies, not always with happy endings. Garin approached quietly, his warrior's instincts allowing him to move with surprising stealth despite his size. "You've done this before," he observed. "Guided rulers, saved kingdoms." "And failed them too," Gandalf admitted. "The history of the world is written in such successes and failures, Captain Garin. We can only hope that the former outweigh the latter in the final accounting." "And Valorian? Will it survive what's coming?" Gandalf's eyes reflected the growing dawn. "That depends on what we're willing to sacrifice for it." The ritual began as the sun's first rays touched the crown. Elysia stood at the center, the royal artifact held before her like an offering. Around her, the others formed a triangle, Gandalf to the east, Nerys to the south, and Garin to the north. Krell circled them all, his massive form creating a living boundary between the ritual space and the outside world. Words of power echoed across the valley, Gandalf's ancient incantations, Nerys's primal invocations, Garin's soldiers' oaths of loyalty, and Elysia's royal proclamations of service to her people. The crown began to glow, each of its 4 gems resonating with one of the participants. But as the magic built toward its crescendo, darkness gathered at the edges of the valley, a palpable malevolence that pressed against Krell's protective circle like a tide of shadow. "Seraphus comes," the dragonkin warned, his scales bristling, "and the Abyssal One reaches through him." The sky darkened as if an eclipse had suddenly stolen the dawn. At the valley's entrance materialized a figure both familiar and terribly transformed. Seraphus, once the king's trusted advisor, now a vessel for something ancient and malevolent. His eyes burned with unholy fire, and his limbs moved with a jerking, unnatural rhythm, as if his body were a puppet controlled by unseen strings. "The crown," he hissed, his voice layered with deeper, inhuman tones. "You give it to us, and your deaths will be quick." "Complete the ritual," Krell commanded, moving to intercept the corrupted advisor. "I will hold him as long as I can." What followed was a battle that would be remembered in legend for generations to come. The ancient dragonkin versus the vessel of an abyssal entity, primal magic against corrupted power. Mountains trembled with the force of their confrontation, and the very air seemed to catch fire where their energies clashed. In the center of the storm, the 4 companions raced to complete their working. The crown now hovered between them, spinning faster as it absorbed their freely given essence. Gandalf's centuries of wisdom, Nerys's connection to the natural world, Garon's courage and newfound loyalty, and Elysia's royal bloodline. "It needs more," Gandalf realized, his voice strained as the ritual approached its climax. "The balance is incomplete." "Then take what you need from me," came Krell's response, telepathically projected as he fought to hold back the advancing darkness. "My essence bridges human and dragon, the perfect final component for your spell." Before any could object, Krell released a final burst of power, not directed at Seraphus, but at the crown itself. A stream of golden energy flowed from the dragonkin into the spinning artifact, completing the circuit that had begun with the 4 companions. Light exploded outward from the crown, blinding, purifying light that washed over the valley and beyond, racing across the mountains and plains toward distant Valorian. Where it touched corrupted land, balance was restored. Where it encountered Seraphus, it burned away the darkness controlling him, leaving only a frail, confused old man blinking in bewilderment. When vision returned to the companions, they found the crown settled gently upon Elysia's brow, its metals now perfectly balanced between the four seasonal aspects, its gems glowing with internal light that pulsed in rhythm with the princess's heartbeat. But Krell was gone, or rather, transformed. Where the mighty dragonkin had stood now, grew a circle of 5 young oak saplings, their leaves shimmering with an almost metallic luster. He knew the cost, Nerys said softly, kneeling beside the new growth. He chose to become part of the land he protected for so long, as we all must choose what sacrifices we will make, Gandalf added, his gaze fixed on Princess Alicia, no longer a frightened girl in disguise, but a queen with the power of seasons balanced upon her brow. She stood straighter, her young features solemn with new responsibility. Valorian must be rebuilt, she declared. But not as it was, but as it should be, a kingdom in harmony with the natural order. Garin knelt before her, offering his sword. My blade is yours, your majesty, from ashes to restoration. From darkness to dawn, Nerys added, inclining his head. Gandalf smiled, seeing in this young queen the potential for a reign that might endure long after his wandering days had ended. From broken oaths to new covenants, he completed, bowing deeply. As they began the long journey back toward the fallen capital, Gandalf gazed one last time at the peaceful valley and the 5 saplings that had once been a dragonkin. Some sacrifices ended stories, he reflected, but the wisest sacrifices began them anew. The tale of Valorian's fall was complete. The story of its rebirth was just beginning. Story 4. The ground trembled beneath the ancient city of Luminara, causing the crystalline spires that had stood for 10,000 years to sway like reeds in a summer breeze. In the Grand Plaza, where the citizens gathered for the Festival of Souls, marble statues shed silent tears of stone. And high above the turmoil, in the Observatory of Celestial Convergence, Gandalf the Grey watched as the first pillar of eternity, a monolith of opalescent stone that stretched from the depths of the earth to pierce the very heavens, developed a hairline fracture that ran the length of its impossible height. So it begins, he murmured, his weathered hand tightening around a staff of white wood harvested from the first tree. Just as the stars foretold, the elderly woman beside him, Keeper Ilara of the Sacred Archives, clutched her amulet of office with trembling fingers. The Pillar of Dawn weakens, she whispered. The others will follow. Dusk, midnight, and noon. The veil between realms grows thin, Gandalf. Already the night air carries whispers, not meant for mortal ears. As if summoned by her words, a spectral wind swept through the observatory, carrying with it echoes of laughter, weeping, and words in languages long extinct. The ethereal wisps took half-formed shapes, faces of those long-dead creatures of myth, before dissolving back into the ether. Gandalf's bushy eyebrows drew together beneath the shadow of his pointed hat. How long have these manifestations been occurring? They began with the last blood moon, Ilara replied. Subtly at first, a glimpse from the corner of the eye, a familiar voice calling from empty rooms. But now, she gestured toward the window, where the city below had erupted into panic as ghostly apparitions moved freely among the living. The wizard nodded grimly. And the other pillars? Our seers report similar fractures forming. The Pillar of Dusk in the Sable Desert shows signs of erosion. The Pillar of Midnight beneath Mount Mornoth groans with internal pressure. And the Pillar of Noon. Let me guess, Gandalf interrupted, his voice heavy with the weight of ancient memory. The Pillar of Noon, standing in the center of the verdant isle, bleeds golden light from wounds no mortal tools could inflict. Ilara's eyes widened. How could you know? A shadow of pain crossed the wizard's face. Because I helped build them, Keeper. In the days when my beard was still brown and my heart still believed in permanence. He turned away from the window, his cloak swirling around him like storm clouds. The pillars were never meant to last forever. They were a solution born of desperation, when the boundaries between life and death, creation and destruction, threatened to dissolve entirely. "Then there is no hope?" Elara asked, fear evident in her voice. Gandalf's expression softened. "There is always hope, dear lady. But first, I must consult with one who sees beyond the limits of time itself." The Temple of Lunar Wisdom stood on the easternmost edge of Luminara, its silver domes catching the light of the rising moon. Unlike the panic that gripped the rest of the city, here a profound silence reigned, broken only by the occasional soft chime of ceremonial bells. Gandalf was met at the temple gates by a figure draped in robes of midnight blue, embroidered with phases of the moon in silver thread. Her face remained hidden within the shadows of her cowl, but her voice carried the clarity of mountain streams. "The stars spoke of your coming, Mithrandir," she said, using the name by which he was known in ages past. "I am Selene, High Priestess of the 16th Order. Your reputation precedes you, Lady Selene," Gandalf replied with a respectful inclination of his head. "They say you read the future in the reflection of moonlight on still water." A soft laugh escaped the priestess. "Some futures are easier to read than others. Yours has always been mercurial." She gestured for him to follow her into the temple's inner sanctum. "But I know why you have come. The pillars fail, and with them the barriers between worlds." The sanctum was a circular chamber whose domed ceiling was open to the night sky. In its center stood a pool of water so still it might have been a mirror of polished silver. Around its edge, 12 child priestesses sat in meditative posture, their white robes and unbound hair making them appear as pale flowers in the moonlight. Selene took her place at the 13th position, completing the circle. "Show him what you have shown me," she commanded the pool. The surface of the water rippled once, then stilled. Within its depths, images formed, a vast desert where a pillar of twilight energy wavered like a mirage, a mountain peak where lightning perpetually struck a needle of obsidian, a lush island where a column of golden fire burned without consuming, and finally, the crystalline spire of Luminara, now visibly cracked along its entire length. "The pillars die," Selene stated plainly, "and with their passing, the natural order reasserts itself. Death and life, once separated by impermeable barriers, begin to intermingle." "It was never meant to be permanent," Gandalf said softly. "Only a respite, until a better solution could be found." "And was one found?" Selena asked. Though her tone suggested she already knew the answer, Gandalf's silence was response enough. "There is more," Selena continued after a moment. She gestured, and the images in the pool shifted to reveal a fifth location, a tower of impossible architecture, built of materials that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "The Tower of Convergence rises on the Isle of Shadows. He who was once your teacher now seeks to harness the energies released by the pillars' destruction." Gandalf's face darkened. "Ezekiel. I thought him long dead. Death is becoming an increasingly negotiable state," Selene observed dryly. "The Archimago believes he can reshape reality, merge our world with the spirit realm to create something new, something he can rule." "And a dangerous delusion," Gandalf muttered. "Such a merger would obliterate both realms, leaving only chaos." "Perhaps," Selene conceded, "or perhaps not. The future branches at this nexus, Mithrandir. I cannot see beyond the coming storm." One of the child priestesses, a girl no more than 10 years of age, with eyes that reflected starlight even when she gazed downward, suddenly spoke in a voice too ancient for her small frame. 4 keys to 4 gates, scattered by time and guarded by fate. Seek the crown of morning frost, the chalice of eventide, the sword of deepest night, and the ring of zenith fire. Only when united can they heal what was sundered or destroy what was made. A heavy silence followed her pronouncement. The girl blinked, as if waking from a trance, then smiled shyly at Gandalf. "Arya speaks with the voice of prophecy," Selene explained. "Her visions have never led us astray, though their meaning is not always immediately clear." Gandalf studied the child with newfound interest. "Then it seems I have a quest before me, to find these 4 artifacts before Ezekiel can use the pillars, failing to his advantage. You will not journey alone," Selene stated, rising fluidly to her feet. "I shall accompany you. The moon's light reveals what sun-dazzled eyes might miss." "As shall I," came a new voice from the shadows at the edge of the sanctum. A figure detached itself from the darkness, a man of lean build, dressed in close-fitting leather armor, the color of dried blood. His face bore a network of fine scars, and his eyes held the sharp vigilance of a predator. "Thorn," Selene acknowledged with a nod. "I wondered when you would reveal yourself." The man bowed slightly, his movements precise and economical. "Old habits," he said by way of explanation. To Gandalf, he added, "I was once the foremost assassin in the Archimago's service. Now I seek to balance my ledger of sins before facing final judgment." Gandalf's expression remained impassive. "And why should I trust one who served the very enemy we now face?" "Because I know his methods," Thorn replied without hesitation. "His fortresses, his allies, his weaknesses. And because Lady Selena has read my heart in moonlight and found it genuine in its remorse." Before Gandalf could respond, Arya stepped forward, her small hand reaching for his. "I must come too," she said simply. "Do the visions show us together when the final choice is made?" Their journey began at dawn, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the fractures in the Pillar of Dawn, making it appear as if the monolith were wrapped in a web of golden light. The streets of Luminara were unnervingly quiet, its citizens having retreated indoors as spectral phenomena increased throughout the night. "And we should make for the Verdant Isle first," Gandalf suggested as they passed through the city's eastern gate. The Pillar of Noon was always the strongest of the 4. If any of the artifacts remain intact, the Ring of Zenith Fire would be our best hope. "The Isle is 7 days' journey, even by the swiftest ship," Thorn pointed out. "And the seas grow treacherous as the barriers between worlds thin. Then we shall not take a ship," Gandalf replied with the faintest twinkle in his eye. From within his robes, he produced a small silver whistle carved in the shape of a feather. When he blew upon it, no sound emerged that mortal ears could detect, yet within moments, the sky darkened with the approach of an enormous bird whose wingspan blotted out the sun. "Birdie Gwai here," Gandalf greeted the majestic eagle as it landed before them with a rush of wind. "Old friend, we have need of your wings once more." The great eagle fixed them with an intelligent golden eye. "The winds speak of darkness rising, Stormcrow," he replied in a voice like distant thunder. "I will bear you where you must go, but know that even the skies are no longer safe. Strange things ride the thermal currents, and the stars themselves seem misaligned." With that ominous warning, they mounted the eagle's broad back, Gandalf at the base of the neck, followed by Arya, Selene, and finally Thorn, whose expression suggested he vastly preferred solid ground beneath his feet. Their flight took them over landscapes transformed by the weakening barriers between realms. Forests where trees shifted position when observed from different angles, lakes whose waters ran uphill instead of down, fields where crops grew, withered, and bloomed again in endless cycles that took mere minutes instead of seasons. and everywhere spirits walked, some benign, others malevolent, all increasingly substantial as the pillars continued to fracture. The verdant isle came into view on the second day of their journey, a lush paradise of emerald jungles and crystal waterfalls that had once been the sacred retreat of nature deities before the establishment of the pillars. At its center, visible even from great heights, stood the Pillar of Noon, a column of golden fire that burned perpetually without fuel or smoke. Or at least, it should have burned thus. Now the flames flickered erratically, occasionally extinguishing entirely before reigniting with explosive force. "The ring chamber lies beneath the pillar," Gandalf explained as Gwaihir circled, seeking a safe landing spot amid the unstable energies pulsing from the monolith, accessible only through the Temple of Eternal Summer. The eagle deposited them in a meadow of flowers, whose blooms changed color with each passing breath. "I can go no closer to the disturbance," Gwaihir apologized. "Call when you have what you seek, and I shall return, if I can." With that less than reassuring promise, the great bird took to the skies once more, leaving the four companions to make their way through the increasingly chaotic landscape. The Temple of Eternal Summer had once been a structure of living wood and flowering vines, maintained by the constant noon light of the pillar. Now it was a twisted ruin, its organic architecture decaying and regenerating in random patterns that defied natural law. "Stay close," Gandalf warned as they navigated the unstable corridors. "Reality here is flexible." They encountered few physical obstacles, but many metaphysical ones. Corridors that looped back on themselves, rooms that existed in multiple locations simultaneously, windows that opened onto vistas from different ages of the world. Throughout it all, Arya walked with preternatural confidence, seemingly immune to the disorienting effects. "This way," she said at last, pointing to a doorway that appeared and disappeared in irregular pulses. "When it solidifies next, we must all pass through together." Holding hands in a human chain, they made the leap, emerging into a vast chamber directly beneath the Pillar of Noon. Here, the chaos was at its peak. Fragments of different realities overlapped and intersected, desert and tundra, ocean and sky, past and future. And at the center, hovering within a column of fractured light, rotated a simple gold band, inset with a stone that contained a captured sunrise. "The Ring of Zenith Fire," Gandalf breathed, "untouched, despite the deterioration." "Not untouched," came a new voice, ancient and resonant with power. "Merely awaiting the proper claimant." From the chaotic energies surrounding the ring stepped a figure both familiar and terrifying to Gandalf, a tall man with ageless features and eyes like the void between stars. His robes, woven from what appeared to be solidified shadow, moved with a life of their own. "Ezekiel," Gandalf acknowledged, his grip tightening on his staff. "Or what remains of him." The Archimago smiled, an expression devoid of warmth. "I am more than I ever was, my old pupil. While you sought to maintain the artificial order imposed by the pillars, I explored the potential of their inevitable collapse." He gestured, and the swirling realities around them momentarily stabilized, revealing three other artifacts floating in similar columns of light: a crown of crystalline frost, a chalice of amber crystal, and a sword of darkness deeper than the space between stars. "You've collected them already," Celine realized, her voice sharp with alarm. "All but one," Ezekiel confirmed. "The final piece needed to reshape reality according to my design." His gaze settled on Arya, whose small form seemed to glow with inner light. "Or should I say two pieces?" Understanding dawned on Gandalf's face. "The child is the key." "The child is a vessel," Ezekiel corrected. created at the same moment as the pillars themselves, a fail-safe, should they ever need to be rebuilt or repurposed. Thorn had drawn his blades, twin daggers of a metal that seemed to drink in light. "You'll not touch her," he growled. Ezekiel's laughter echoed strangely in the chamber, as if coming from multiple sources. "Your redemption quest is admirable, assassin, but futile. This was ordained before your grandfather's grandfather drew first breath." The Archimago made a simple gesture, and Thorn was thrown backward, his weapons clattering uselessly to the floor. Selene began an incantation, moonlight gathering around her upraised hands, but Ezekiel's counter-magic smothered it before it could form. Only Gandalf remained standing, his staff blazing with white fire as he positioned himself between Ezekiel and Arya. "You never understood the true purpose of the pillars," the wizard accused his former mentor. "They were not meant to permanently separate the realms, but to allow them to heal from the damage caused by the cataclysm. To merge them now, before that healing is complete, would destroy both." "Perhaps," Ezekiel acknowledged with a shrug. "Or perhaps something greater will emerge from their union, a perfect realm, where death has no dominion and time no mastery over life." "At what cost?" Gandalf demanded. "Progress always demands sacrifice," the Archimago replied coldly. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a bolt of energy toward Gandalf that the wizard barely deflected with his staff. The battle that ensued warped the fabric of reality around them, as two masters of magic unleashed powers that had not been seen in the world for millennia. Gandalf fought defensively, trying to maintain his position between Ezekiel and Arya, while the Archimago attacked with increasingly destructive spells. Meanwhile, Selene had recovered and was helping Thorn to his feet. The assassin's eyes never left Ezekiel, calculating angles and openings despite his recent failure. "We need a distraction," he muttered to the priestess. "Something unexpected." Selene nodded. With deliberate movements, she removed her outer robe, revealing that her left arm was not flesh at all, but crystallized moonlight that emanated a soft silver glow. "My secret," she explained at Thorn's questioning look. "And our advantage." Raising her transformed limb, she channeled a beam of pure moonlight directly at the hovering artifacts. When it struck the chalice of eventide, the vessel amplified and redirected the energy, creating a cascade effect as each artifact activated in sequence. The chamber flooded with blinding light of 4 distinct hues: the golden blaze of noon, the silver radiance of twilight, the velvety darkness of midnight, and the rosy promise of dawn. Ezekiel stumbled backward, momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden power surge. In that instant, Thorn moved with the speed and precision that had made him legendary among assassins, retrieving his daggers and closing the distance to the Archimago in the space between heartbeats. But Ezekiel had not survived eons by being easily surprised. A barrier of solidified shadow materialized between him and Thorn, sending the assassin crashing to the floor once more. "Enough games!" the Archimago snarled. With a sweeping gesture, he pulled the 4 artifacts toward him, arranging them in a complex geometric pattern that began to rotate in midair. "The child, Gandalf, give me the vessel, and I shall ensure your friends survive the transition." Gandalf's expression was grim. "You speak of sacrifice while offering false mercy." His staff glowed brighter, the captured star in its crown pulsing like a heartbeat. "I made a vow long ago to protect this world and all innocent life within it. I will not break that oath, even at the cost of my own existence." "Noble sentiments," Ezekiel sneered, "but ultimately meaningless." With that, he unleashed a storm of power that Gandalf could not possibly deflect, not while protecting Arya. The wizard's defenses shattered, and he fell to one knee, his staff the only thing keeping him from collapsing entirely. Ezekiel advanced slowly, savoring his victory. The prophecy always said it would come to this, old friend. The student shall surpass the master. You misremember, came Arya's small voice from behind Gandalf. The child stepped forward, her eyes now glowing with the combined light of all four pillars. The prophecy says, the sacrifice of innocence shall remake the world anew. Before anyone could stop her, Arya darted forward and placed her hand on the rotating pattern of artifacts. Immediately, they merged with her form, transforming the child into a being of pure light. No, Gandalf cried, reaching for her, but it was too late. Arya, or what had been Arya, rose into the air, her form expanding to encompass the entire chamber. Where she touched the fractured realities, they stabilized, not through forced separation, but through harmonious integration. She's healing the breach, Celine realized, awe in her voice, not destroying the boundaries, but making them permeable in the proper measure. Ezekiel's face contorted with rage. This is not how it was meant to be. He launched himself toward the ascending light, hands outstretched to claim its power. What happened next occurred too quickly for any of them to fully comprehend. The light that had been Arya enveloped Ezekiel, and for a brief moment, the Archimago's expression transformed from rage to wonder, then to profound understanding, and finally to acceptance. Then both he and the light vanished, leaving behind only a fading echo of childish laughter. In their place stood four new pillars, not of stone or fire or darkness or wind, but of something that seemed to be all of these and none of them simultaneously. They pulsed with a gentle rhythm, like a universal heartbeat. She sacrificed herself, Thorn said softly, his redemption-seeking heart heavy with the knowledge. Did she? Gandalf wondered, approaching one of the new pillars with reverent steps. He placed his palm against its surface and closed his eyes. A smile of wonder spread across his weathered face. Or did she become something greater than any of us could imagine? Through the pillar, he felt Arya's consciousness, expanded beyond human limitations, existing simultaneously in all times and all places, the perfect guardian of the boundaries between realms. Not imprisoning the dead or the spiritual, but ensuring their interactions with the living world remained balanced and beneficial. She is the pillars now, Celine confirmed, her moonlight arm resonating with the new energies, and they are her. As if in response, a wave of renewal spread outward from the chamber, healing the chaotic distortions that had plagued the world. Spirits found peaceful passage to their proper realm. Manifestations of other realities gently receded. The natural order reasserted itself, but with a new flexibility that promised growth rather than stagnation. Gandalf gazed upward, where the ceiling of the chamber had dissolved to reveal a sky both familiar and new. Stars in patterns he recognized, yet somehow more vibrant, more present than before. The barriers between worlds will never again be absolute, he said, both in sorrow and in hope. Those with the vision to see beyond the veil always will, but neither will they collapse into chaos. A middle path, Thorn observed. Neither the rigid separation you helped create, nor the destructive merger Ezekiel sought. The wisdom of a child, Celine added with a gentle smile. Way to see beyond the false dichotomy that blinded both master and pupil. As they made their way back through the Temple of Eternal Summer, now stable, though altered in subtle ways that reflected its new connection to multiple realms, Gandalf found himself reflecting on the nature of sacrifice and salvation. Arya had given herself to the pillars, true, but in doing so, she had become something transcendent, eternal in a way no mortal life could be. And perhaps, he thought as he whistled for Gwaihir, that was the true prophecy all along. Not that innocence would be destroyed in the remaking of the world, but that it would become the foundation upon which a better world was built. The great eagle, when he arrived, seemed somehow more substantial than before, his feathers gleaming with an inner light that had not been present earlier. "But the winds have changed, Stormcrow," Gwaihir announced as they mounted his back once more. "They speak of new beginnings rather than endings." "Indeed," Gandalf agreed, his gaze turning toward the horizon where dawn was breaking over a world forever changed yet fundamentally preserved. "Udit, and I find myself curious to discover what they might bring." As they soared into the brightening sky, the wizard thought he heard a familiar childish laugh carried on the breeze. Not a ghost or a memory, but a presence, watchful and wise beyond its years, guarding the delicate balance between all worlds with the simple, powerful wisdom of a heart that understood the true meaning of sacrifice. Story 5. The final note of the harmony choir hung in the air like a suspended teardrop, quivering with promise and power. Throughout the grand amphitheater of Stormhaven's Temple of Resonance, thousands held their breath in anticipation of the magical cascade that would follow, the moment when the sung spells would coalesce into a symphony of elemental wonder that had crowned the Festival of Harmony for 10,000 years. But the note faded, and nothing happened. No dancing water sprites emerged from the cerulean fountains. No luminous firebirds soared overhead, trailing sparks that transformed into blooming flowers where they fell. No whispers of ancient wisdom carried on enchanted breezes. Only silence, a silence so profound it seemed to devour sound itself. In the center of the amphitheater, Gandalf the Grey stood with his arms still raised, his weathered face frozen in confusion. The enchanted staff in his hand, carved from silvery driftwood and inlaid with spiraling patterns of opalescent shell, flickered with the last remnants of musical magic in all of Stormhaven. Around him, the other song mages stared in horror at their instruments, which had suddenly become mere objects of wood, metal, and string, vessels emptied of their mystical potential. What have you done?" The accusation came from High Chanter Melodious, his elaborate robes of office now seeming gaudy rather than majestic, without the aura of harmonic power that usually surrounded him. "Your experimental harmonies. I warned the council against allowing them." Gandalf lowered his arms slowly, his bushy eyebrows drawing together as he reached out with senses honed by centuries of magical practice. "This is not my doing," he said, his deep voice resonating oddly in the new stillness. "Something has taken the songs." He struck his staff against the crystal floor, producing a single clear note that rippled outward. Where it passed, candles flared blue and then returned to normal flame, the only magic response in the entire amphitheater. Murmurs of alarm grew into shouts of accusation. The crowd, desperate for explanation, turned on the most obvious target, the foreign wizard who had arrived in their realm decades ago to study their musical magic, and who now stood alone with the only functioning magical implement in sight. "Exile!" someone shouted. "Cast out the disharmony!" By moonrise, the High Council had reached its verdict. Though no direct evidence tied Gandalf to the catastrophe, fear demanded action. The wizard was ordered to leave the Temple of Resonance and forbidden from entering any sacred musical site until the Great Silence was resolved. As Gandalf gathered his meager possessions, a gentle knock sounded at his chamber door. It opened to reveal Lyria, youngest of the temple's song adepts, her silver hair gleaming in the lamplight. "You shouldn't be here," Gandalf warned, but his voice was kind. "Association with me may taint your standing. The council is wrong," she said simply, placing a small crystal pendant in his palm. "This was my mother's. It contains her last song. It may be useful where you're going." Gandalf raised an eyebrow. "And where might that be?" "To the crystal caverns beneath the Whispering Mountains," she replied. "That's where the magic is flowing, I can feel it like an underwater current." She touched her throat. "The songs are being called there." Gandalf's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "The realm of Baron Riven." "Your old rival," Lyria nodded. "Be careful, Mithrandir. There are rumors he no longer sings alone." The port city of Tidehaven clung to Stormhaven's northern coast like a collection of colorful seashells arranged by a giant child. Without the magical songs that usually regulated the weather, the harbor churned under storm clouds that refused to break, leaving the air thick with unspent electricity. Gandalf moved through the crowded marketplace, his grey cloak wrapped tightly against the unnatural chill. He had traded his distinctive pointed hat for a fisherman's hood, but his staff, diminished though its powers might be, remained at his side. He had too few allies to abandon his oldest. "You're either very brave or very foolish to show your face in public, wizard." The voice came from a shadowed alley beside a ship chandler's shop. Gandalf didn't turn, but his grip tightened on his staff. "Perhaps both. Prince Dorian, it seems my choice of disguise needs refinement." A tall figure emerged, wrapped in a salt-stained cloak that couldn't entirely hide the fine quality of the boots beneath it. Prince Dorian of the Northern Archipelago had the wind-burned complexion of a sailor and the calculating eyes of a strategist, both inherited from generations of warrior kings who had ruled the treacherous northern seas. "Your disguise is adequate," Dorian said, falling into step beside Gandalf. "But you've been followed since you left the temple, by the Council's agents, by something far less human." Dorian's hand rested casually on the hilt of a sword, whose scabbard bore runes of a distinctly non-Stormhaven origin. "My people have songs of our own, Gandalf, different from those of Stormhaven, but effective in their way. They've been changing since the silence fell." Before Gandalf could respond, a high whistle cut through the harbor noise, 3 notes in quick succession. Dorian tensed. "That would be Wren," he said, "and she doesn't signal unless there's trouble." They moved swiftly toward the source of the whistle, ducking through narrow passages between warehouses until they reached a secluded loading dock. A slight figure perched on a stack of crates, a woman with features that seemed to shift subtly when not directly observed, as if reluctant to settle on a single form. "2 shade stalkers on your trail," she reported without preamble. "And something else, something that moves through water like it owns it." Gandalf's expression darkened. "Riven's agents. All 3 kinds." "3? Wren's eyebrows rose. Forgive me, wizard, but I'm quite good at spotting followers, and I only sense 2. The 3rd would be me," came a new voice, deep as the ocean depths. From the harbor waters rose a figure that appeared initially to be a man carved from fluid crystal. As he stepped onto the dock, his form solidified into something more conventionally human, though his skin retained a translucent quality, and his eyes swirled with currents. "Kaldar," Gandalf greeted him with a nod that held both wariness and respect. "I wondered when you would reappear." "When the songs stopped, I felt their absence like a wound," the elemental being said. "The old balance is disturbed, Gandalf. What flows now is discordant." "You know what's happening," Dorian observed, his hand not straying from his sword. "I have theories," Gandalf replied. None pleasant. He looked at the 3 beings before him, a warrior prince exiled from his conquered homeland, a shapeshifter whose true name and form remained her own closely guarded secret, and an elemental being older than human civilization on these shores. "I journey to the crystal caverns. The path will be dangerous. Danger is preferable to the slow death of all we know," Kaldar said simply. Wren shrugged. "I've stolen from the Baron's treasury before. His defenses are impressive, but not impenetrable. My people owe you a debt, Gandalf, Dorian added. When the sea dragons attacked our fleet 3 winters ago, your counter-melody saved half our ships. The wizard nodded, momentarily heartened. Then we leave with the midnight tide. Their journey took them across the storm sea, whose perpetually tempestuous waters gave Stormhaven its name and whose songs had inspired the island's first mages. Without the calming melodies that usually soothed its wrath, the crossing proved treacherous. Only Kaldar's innate connection to the water element allowed their small vessel to survive waves that rose like mountains and winds that screamed with voices almost human. On the far shore lay the Whispering Mountains, whose caverns and tunnels acted as natural amplifiers for certain harmonics. In times past, students of musical magic would make pilgrimages to these sacred acoustical wonders, seeking inspiration and deeper understanding. Now, as Gandalf led his companions up narrow switchback trails toward the uppermost caverns, an unnatural quiet shrouded the peaks. Even the wind seemed muted, as if afraid to speak. There should be guardian spirits at this entrance, Gandalf murmured, as they approached a massive stone archway carved with intricate musical notations. Song wraiths that challenge all who seek entry. Perhaps they too have been silenced, suggested Dorian. Or perhaps they serve a new master now, came a sibilant voice from the shadows within the arch. The creature that emerged might once have been a song wraith, a musical spirit bound to protect sacred places, but it had been twisted, its luminous form corrupted by darkness that seemed to absorb light rather than merely block it. Where it should have projected harmonious sound, it emitted a grating, a tonal hissing. "The Shade Stalker," Wren whispered, her form already beginning to blur at the edges as she prepared to shift. "Stand back," Gandalf commanded, stepping forward with his staff raised. The crystal at its tip caught the fading sunlight, fracturing it into a rainbow that seemed to pain the corrupted spirit. The wizard began to hum, not a spell song as would have been used in Stormhaven's temples, but something older and more primal. The staff's glow intensified, focusing into a beam that struck the Shadestalker. For a moment, the creature's form stabilized, revealing the spirit it had once been, a delicate harmony of light and wind. Then, with a discordant shriek, it dispersed like mist before dawn. "What manner of song was that?" Dorian asked, clearly impressed. "Not a song at all," Gandalf replied, his breathing slightly labored from the effort. "But its opposite, a focused silence that allows the original nature of things to reassert itself." He gestured toward the now unguarded entrance. "Come, we have far worse than guardians to face below." The crystal caverns unfolded before them like the interior of a geode the size of a small kingdom. Walls of amethyst, quartz, and sapphire reflected their torchlight in dazzling patterns, while stalactites of transparent crystal hung like frozen music given form. In the caverns' heyday, each crystal formation would have resonated with a different tone, creating natural harmonies that could heal, inspire, or reveal hidden truths. Now they stood silent, their magic dormant or diverted. "There, the Baron's sanctum lies at the heart of the largest cavern," Gandalf explained as they navigated the crystalline labyrinth. "It houses an ancient artifact, the Resonance Throne, which can amplify musical magic tenfold." "A dangerous tool in the wrong hands," Kaldar observed, his crystalline body taking on subtle hues from the surrounding formations. "And Riven's hands are very wrong indeed," Gandalf agreed grimly. They encountered more Shadestalkers as they descended deeper, each confrontation leaving Gandalf a little more drained. By the time they reached the central chamber, the wizard leaned heavily on his staff, his face etched with fatigue. The sight that greeted them would have stolen their breath regardless. Baron Riven stood upon a dais of pure diamond, his tall figure resplendent in robes woven with metallic thread that caught and redirected light in hypnotic patterns. Behind him rose the resonance throne, a massive construction of crystal, precious metals, and materials unknown to mortal craft, shaped like a cresting wave frozen at the moment of breaking. But it was the object in Riven's hands that drew Gandalf's immediate attention, a sphere of swirling mist and light, within which countless tiny motes of brilliance danced and swirled. The orb of echoes, the wizard breathed. So the old legends were true. Riven's thin lips curved in a smile that held no warmth. Gandalf the Grey, my old rival. How fitting that you should be here to witness my triumph. His gaze swept over the wizard's companions with casual disdain. And you've brought guests to the concert. How thoughtful. Release the songs, Riven, Gandalf demanded, his voice carrying a hint of the power it once commanded. You cannot control what you've captured. Control, Riven laughed, the sound echoing strangely in the vast chamber. I have gone beyond mere control, old friend. I have mastered. Observe. He placed the orb upon the resonance throne and stepped back. Immediately, the swirling lights within the sphere began to organize themselves into complex patterns, and a sound emerged. Not a harmonious melody, but a deep, rhythmic pulsation that seemed to vibrate in the bones rather than the ears. The very rock beneath their feet trembled in response. At the awakening call, Riven announced proudly, the song that will rouse the primordial titans from their aeons of slumber. The song that will restore Stormhaven to its true destiny as the center of a new empire. My empire. The Titans were bound for a reason, Kaldar said, his voice sharp with alarm. They are chaos incarnate. They are power incarnate, Riven corrected. And they will answer to the one who wakes them. The pulsating rhythm intensified, causing small crystals to shatter and dust to rain from the cavern ceiling. Behind Riven, a massive wall of obsidian, previously indistinguishable from natural rock, began to crack, golden light seeping through the fissures. We're out of time, Dorian warned, drawing his runic sword, which began to glow with a cold blue light. Ren had already shifted into a form of living shadow, difficult to track with the eye. The orb needs to be separated from the throne, she said, her voice seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. I'll create a distraction, Kaldar offered, his body beginning to dissolve into his more fluid state. Gandalf raised a hand to halt them. No, he said quietly. And this requires a different approach. He turned to face Riven and the orb, his staff planted firmly before him. Baron Riven, I challenge you to a song duel, as in the old days. Riven's expression flickered with surprise before settling into smug confidence. You can barely stand, old man, and with the silence upon Stormhaven, what magic can you possibly wield against me? Not magic, Gandalf replied. Music. In its purest form. Before Riven could respond, Gandalf began to sing, not a spell song or an enchantment, but a simple melody, unembellished and pure. It contained no power but itself, no magic but the natural resonance of sound in space. For a moment, Riven's expression registered only contempt, then confusion. Then, as the song continued, the first hints of fear. For Gandalf's simple melody was finding answering tones within the orb of echoes. Like a tuning fork responding to its exact frequency, certain captured songs began to vibrate in sympathy with the wizard's voice. Stop this, Riven commanded, seizing the orb, but it had grown hot in response to Gandalf's song, and he jerked his hands away with a cry of pain. Gandalf advanced slowly, his song unwavering. With each step, More of the captured harmonies within the orb aligned with his melody, creating a complex counterpoint that grew steadily in volume and intensity. Riven frantically began his own countersong, dark and dissonant, but it was too late. The orb of echoes pulsed once, twice, and then shattered in an explosion of pure sound that knocked everyone in the chamber off their feet. Released from their prison, the stolen songs of Stormhaven erupted upward in a spiraling column of light and sound, bursting through the cavern ceiling and soaring heavenward. When the echoes finally faded, Gandalf found himself lying on the crystal floor, his staff still clutched in one hand. Beside him, his companions were regaining their senses. Of Riven, there was no sign, only a scorch mark on the dais where he had stood. The obsidian wall had ceased cracking, though the golden light still pulsed faintly behind it. "Is it over?" Dorian asked, helping Gandalf to his feet. The wizard nodded wearily. "The songs have returned to where they belong. Already, I can feel the magic flowing back into Stormhaven." "But not as before," Kaldar observed, reforming beside them. "Something has changed." Gandalf smiled, a twinkle returning to his eyes. "Indeed. For too long, we song mages forgot the true source of our power, not in complex harmonics or elaborate rituals, but in the pure expression of music itself." He tapped his staff against the floor, producing a clear, sweet tone that rippled outward in visible waves of light. "Will the High Council welcome you back now?" Ren asked, resuming her preferred form. "Perhaps," Gandalf replied. But I find my interests lie elsewhere now." He gazed thoughtfully at the fading golden light behind the obsidian. "There are older songs yet to be rediscovered, songs of creation and renewal." "Those sound like songs worth learning," Dorian said with a grin. As they made their way back through the crystal labyrinth, the caverns around them began to resonate with gentle harmonies, natural music awakening after its brief silence. Outside, rain had begun to fall, washing away the unnatural stillness that had gripped Stormhaven. Gandalf paused at the great stone archway that marked the entrance to the crystal caverns, listening to the music of raindrops on stone and the distant rumble of thunder. "The Song of Storms returns," he murmured, his face tilted up to the weeping sky. "And with it, a new verse begins." The four companions descended the mountain path, their figures gradually fading into the mist, a wizard who had learned the power of simplicity, a warrior prince seeking his people's freedom, a shapeshifter guarding her secrets, and an elemental being old as the tides. Behind them, throughout the island kingdom of Stormhaven, music awakened once more, changed, renewed and wild with possibilities as yet unsung. Story 6. The ancient spires of the celestial citadel gleamed like frozen flames against the twilight sky, their crystal surfaces reflecting the last crimson rays of the setting sun. Below them, the world of Ithoria sprawled in magnificent diversity, verdant forests and mist-shrouded mountains, golden plains and sapphire seas. For millennia, this realm had flourished under the watchful eyes of 5 guardians, mighty beings whose elemental powers held the chaotic forces of the abyss at bay. But on this night, an unnatural silence had fallen over the citadel. Where once 5 thrones stood proudly in the Hall of Vigilance, now 4 held only stone effigies of their former occupants, faces frozen in expressions of surprise and horror. Gandalf the Grey stood before these statues, his weathered hand trembling as he touched the cold cheek of what had once been Aquarian, master of the tides. The old wizard's eyes, deep as mountain pools and just as ancient, reflected a grief that few living beings could comprehend. "How could this happen?" he whispered to the empty hall. His staff, carved from the heartwood of the first tree that ever grew in Ithoria and crowned with a crystal that contained a captured star, gleamed with a faint blue light that only emphasized the shadows gathering around him. For days, he had performed every incantation, attempted every reversal spell in his vast repertoire. Nothing had worked. His fellow guardians, Pyria the Flame Dancer, Terrace the Mountain Heart, Aquarian the Tide Master, and Zephyra the Wind Whisperer, remained trapped in stone, their powers dormant. A sudden chill swept through the hall, and Gandalf spun around, his cloak swirling about him like storm clouds. The hairs on the back of his neck rose as he sensed a presence that should not be there. From the shadows emerged three figures clad in armor blacker than the void between stars, their faces hidden behind helmets shaped like snarling beasts. The Knights of Shadow, Gandalf breathed, raising his staff defensively. I thought your order was destroyed a millennium ago. The central figure stepped forward, a sword of impossible darkness held at the ready. What is broken can be remade. Guardian. As your order will soon discover, though you will not live to see it, the battle that ensued shook the very foundations of the citadel. Lightning crackled from Gandalf's staff, colliding with waves of shadow magic that threatened to devour all light. Ancient tapestries burned, marble floors cracked under the weight of powers never meant to be unleashed in such close quarters. Gandalf fought with all the wisdom and skill accumulated over centuries, but he was one against three, and these were no ordinary enemies. When a blade of shadow slipped past his defenses and bit into his side, he knew his options had narrowed to one. With a final desperate incantation, he summoned a blinding flash of light that momentarily stunned his attackers. In that instant, he plunged through the great windows of the hall, shards of enchanted glass cascading around him as he fell toward the forests far below. The wind seemed to catch him, slowing his descent, perhaps a final gift from the petrified Zephyra. As he crashed through the canopy of the ancient trees of the wildlands, consciousness slipped away from him like water through cupped hands. He stirs, came a melodic voice that seemed to dance between the notes of birdsong. Gandalf's eyes fluttered open to behold a face of ethereal beauty framed by silver hair that appeared woven from moonlight itself. Recognition dawned slowly. Elindra, he murmured, his voice rough as gravel. Is that truly you? The elven princess smiled, though sorrow lingered in her eyes like morning mist. 300 years have passed since you taught me the language of stars, old friend, yet you have hardly changed. Gandalf attempted to sit up, but fell back with a grunt of pain. They were in a dwelling crafted within a living tree, its walls glowing with soft bioluminescence. Where? The last sanctuary of my people, Elindra explained. A few now remain of the Silverleaf clan, but we endure, hidden from those who destroyed our kingdom. Memory returned like a thunderclap. The Knights of Shadow, they found me at the citadel. The other guardians, we know, came a gruff voice from the doorway. A stocky figure entered, his beard braided with metal ornaments that clinked softly as he moved. Despite his diminutive stature, he carried himself with the dignity of a mountain. His grim iron heart, Gandalf whispered. By the eternal flame, I thought you perished in the deeping mines. The dwarf alchemist snorted. It would take more than a cave-in to kill me, especially since it was my black powder that caused it. He approached, inspecting Gandalf's healing wounds with critical eyes. You're lucky the elves found you before the Shadow Knights did. Half the wildlands is crawling with their scouts. A third figure emerged from the shadows of the room, a woman draped in a cloak that seemed to shift colors like oil on water. Her age was impossible to determine. She might have been 30 or 300. Vesper, Gandalf acknowledged, his tone cautious. I did not expect to find you in such hospitable company. The woman's smile was enigmatic. Oh, the threads of fate bind us in strange patterns, Gandalf. Even I could not have foreseen our paths crossing again under these circumstances. Gandalf's gaze moved between the three beings gathered around him, representatives of races and factions that historically shared little love for one another. An unlikely assembly, he observed. Dire times call for unusual alliances, Elindra replied. Something stirs in the abyss, Gandalf. The barriers weaken without the Guardians, which brings us to why we risked our necks to save yours, Grim interrupted. The stone sickness that took your comrades. We've seen it before. Vesper nodded. In the ancient texts of Azarath, the city that fell when the first breach occurred, Gandalf's expression darkened. The ruins of Azarath have been forbidden ground for thousands of years. No one who ventures there returns. No one except me, Vesper countered. I found this. She produced a fragment of stone tablet covered in runes so old that even Gandalf's ancient eyes struggled to decipher them. Over the next days, as strength returned to his limbs, Gandalf and his unlikely allies pieced together a terrible truth. The petrification of the Guardians was no random attack, but part of a calculated ritual, one that transformed living Guardians into anchors, gateways through which the abyss could reach into Etheria. Their search for answers led them on a perilous journey across lands grown strange and hostile in the absence of the Guardians' protection, through the whispering woods where trees moved to block their path and voices called from hollow trunks, across the shattered plains where reality itself seemed to fracture, revealing glimpses of other worlds, into mountains where ancient dragons slumbered, stirring restlessly as the balance of power shifted. In a hidden valley protected by illusions layered over centuries, they found the entrance to the ruins of Azarath, a city older than memory, built by beings who had witnessed the birth of stars. This architecture, Gandalf murmured as they passed beneath arches that seemed to defy the laws of nature. It bears the mark of the first ones. The builders of the celestial citadel, Elindra confirmed. Those who established the Order of Guardians. Deep within the labyrinthine ruins, they discovered a chamber whose walls were covered with murals depicting a history unknown even to Gandalf. They told of a time before the Guardians, when the boundary between Etheria and the abyss was maintained by the life force of the world itself, of how beings from the abyss had nearly consumed all life until the first ones intervened, creating the Guardians as focuses for the world's power. And they told of Arcanus, the first Guardian, greatest of them all, who had disappeared millennia ago and passed into legend. "And by the eternal flame," Gandalf whispered, his face ashen as he beheld the final mural. It showed Arcanus standing amidst four stone figures, channels of power flowing from them into a swirling vortex. "It cannot be." "What is it?" Grim demanded. "Arcanus lives," Gandalf replied, his voice hollow, "and he is the one turning the Guardians to stone. My mentor, my friend." Their worst fears were confirmed when they reached the heart of the ruins, a chamber where reality itself seemed thin. There they found evidence that Arcanus had been there recently, conducting rituals that left the very stones saturated with power. "But why?" Elindra asked. "Why would the first Guardian betray everything he stood for?" It was Vesper who answered, her eyes reflecting knowledge beyond her years. "And because he believes he's saving it. The Guardians were never meant to last forever, Gandalf. They were a temporary solution, beings who could channel and focus the world's power, but over time, they began to drain it instead." Understanding dawned on Gandalf's face. The elemental imbalances of the past century, the weakening of magical ley lines, were caused by the very order meant to protect them, Vesper confirmed. Arcanus seeks to return to the original design to let Etheria protect itself, By opening it to the abyss, Grim scoffed. Some protection. Not opening it, Gandalf corrected, the pieces finally falling into place. Remaking it. Arcanus believes he can reshape reality itself, merge our world with the abyss in a controlled manner, creating something new. Their path now clear, they journeyed to the celestial citadel for a final confrontation. Along the way, Gandalf came to understand why his power had always differed from the other guardians. While they drew primarily from elemental forces, his magic had always been more intuitive, more connected to the essence of Etheria itself. The battle atop the citadel's highest spire would be remembered in legend for ages to come. Arcanus, revealed in all his terrible glory, wielded powers that made even Gandalf's formidable magic seem like a candle before a bonfire. Yet the old wizard did not fight alone. Elindra's starlight arrows, Grim's alchemical explosives, and Vesper's reality-bending spells supported him as they faced not just Arcanus, but the Knights of Shadow and creatures summoned from the abyss itself. In the end, it came down to a choice. Arcanus had opened the final portal, using the petrified guardians as anchors. The merging had begun. Gandalf, drawing on reserves of power he had never dared to touch before, reached out not to oppose the transformation, but to guide it. "What are you doing?" Arcanus demanded, his voice echoing with the power of ages. "What you taught me," Gandalf replied. "Finding a third path." Instead of trying to close the portals or complete the merger, Gandalf channeled the life force of Etheria itself, not to destroy the abyss, but to transform it. Where chaos had threatened to consume order, he created harmony. Where darkness would have extinguished light, he forged twilight. The cost was enormous. When the blinding energies finally subsided, the petrified guardians had crumbled to dust. Arcanus was gone, whether destroyed or transformed, none could say. And Gandalf had changed. His grey robes now shimmered with the colors of dawn. His staff had transformed into a scepter of living crystal, and his eyes held the light of stars, yet unborn. "What happens now?" Elindra asked as they stood amid the ruins of what had once been the seat of order in their world. The being who had once been Gandalf gazed out over an Etheria, already beginning to heal itself, life force flowing freely once more through lands too long constrained by artificial boundaries. "Now," he said with a smile that contained both wisdom and wonder, "the real work begins." In the years that followed, the legend of Gandalf the Dawnbringer spread throughout Etheria. Not as a guardian who stood apart from the world to protect it, but as a keeper of balance who helped the world protect itself. And at his side always were three companions who had once been strangers to each other, living proof that the most unlikely alliances often forge the strongest bonds. The abyss remained, not as a threat, but as a counterbalance, a reminder that creation requires both light and shadow, order and chaos, beginnings and endings. And in the heart of what had once been the celestial citadel grew a new tree, its roots reaching deep into the foundations of reality, its branches stretching toward infinite possibilities. Some say that if you rest beneath that tree and listen very carefully, you can still hear the voice of an old wizard telling stories of guardians and shadows, of endings that became beginnings, and of the eternal dance of creation that continues to this very day.